This is going to be a little working demonstration and tutorial of my skin weighting process. Start off here, whenever we import a new file, we just kind of clean things up first. Since I'm working at home, I'm using Wacom Cintiq with my pen, so my interaction is going to probably feel a little weird, but once I get painting, you'll see why I use this. That's obnoxious. The little record icon is directly over the interface. Whatever. So first, this model was scaled, so we're just going to break that off. And then it's going to go ahead and freeze transforms. Unlock everything first. And freeze transforms just to kind of clean everything up. You don't really have to do that. I just like starting extra clean. And for our characters, I always just bring in a blank character, like armature. If I'm using an armature rig, whoever. This is just a shortcut to get the skeleton that I'm going to be working off of. I normally would start by picking one of the characters' skeletons that has a good match to transfer geometry, but I just want to show my full process here first, so I'm not going to do any kind of transferring. Make sure we're in modeled pose. I'll just duplicate the skeleton, delete the character. Now we've got our skeleton that we're going to work with. Alright, so a few things that will make this process really fast is first making a hotkey to go into paint weights mode. I use Control-Alt-F just because it's an empty hotkey in Maya, so it doesn't take anything up on you. Then just a quick overview of my skin weighting settings. Always use the hard brush. I don't really like having fall off on my brush because it takes away control. Where if I want to paint an area, I want to know that the value that I'm painting is applied to everything in that area. I don't really use a soft fall off. Gradient, I always use color. And then use a green, but I like using a darker green. It's a little easier on the eyes. Stroke, we'll be adjusting all of this kind of stuff through hotkeys. And then stylus, I use stylus pressure on opacity. And I don't like color feedback, don't like x-ray joints, don't like any of that stuff kind of cluttering up my view. I just want to be able to see my mesh and my pixels. I don't care about the skeleton. I'll go over why I don't really care about what the skeleton is as well. Part of it's, well, a lot of it's experience and just kind of having a mental picture of where this joint is, and I only work on one joint at a time. So I kind of have a mental picture of where that joint is while I'm working, right in here. And kind of use that rather than having it always in my face. Because when I'm painting these skin weights, I care a lot more about how the mesh looks. I don't want some visual noise getting in my way of looking at the shapes that the mesh is making as I go about working. So first we will go ahead. Scott didn't use too much of the armature character for this guy. This will be good. We'll go into the bind weight settings. So I usually keep this on selected joints, since I need to bind a whole bunch of stuff to a single skeleton, and as soon as I do a skin bind skin, will clear your selection and just have you selected on the top level joint. So if I don't change my settings, I have to select hierarchy, select bind, select hierarchy, select bind, and it becomes a hassle. So when I'm setting up full characters like this, I'll go ahead and change this to joint hierarchy, but normally I keep it on selected joints. Again, just so I have more control, so I know exactly what's being added when I add something. Max influence is 4, as that's generally what game engines will allow. I don't really care if this is checked or not. It's either way. And the rest of just stuff is just all defaults. So now I can go pelvis, arm, and just hit G over and over to apply skin weights from the hierarchy. My wireframe is not getting colored. I wonder if that's new with 2020. Normally things affected by a skin cluster get a colored wireframe to be like pink, to let you know quickly who's actually bound and who's not. I don't know why they would get rid of that. Let's just do this. Alright, so you just select everything, select the pelvis. Since we're working on by hierarchy, it won't lose any selection for you, won't mess anything up. I'll go ahead and select this back. Just so I'm back at my defaults. I always set that back now so I don't forget later. So now we have our character with initial binding. It's pretty crappy. Really crappy. So you'll see that I'm in and out of paint weights all the time, which is why I absolutely need this on a hotkey. So some of the additional hotkeys I use are hold B, so give you a change to the brush radius. Hold N, the number, changes the paint value that you're working with. And then if you hold U and push down, you'll get a radial menu of the different brush strike types. I generally just use add and scale, and sometimes go to smooth, but generally stick to add and scale. My general process is to run through any given area. I usually start in the shoulder because it's the most complex, and work with the joint that affects that area the least first, and then kind of work my way down to the joint that affects it more and more, and so on, until I'm done with all my joints. And I don't worry about going back and forth with joints. I pretty much stick to working with a single object, a single joint, get that joint skin weighting right, and then move on to the next one and the next one and so on. First, we're going to go ahead and do a quick little range of motion. That vert is going to bother me. Another hotkey I use is Alt-F, which is flood region. It's the same as pressing this button. It just applies your brush setting to every vert you have selected. And then F8, going in and out of component mode. F9 is specifically vertex mode, and then F8 will go between object mode and vertex mode to kind of narrow that down real quick. So the first range of motion I do on the arm is, since I'm only working on one joint at a time, I want to segment this motion into one joint at a time. My general range of motion doesn't do that, just because I like how it looks just here more. So I'll kind of show you that in a second. So first, upper arm coming straight out. We can't really extend an upper arm further than pretty close to in line with the clavicle. A little bit higher is okay. That might be a little bit better, but I tend to like to go until the arm is just about straight. And we continue that motion with just the scapula, or the clavicle moving, not the scapula. Paste. So that's upward motion. Then I do a forward motion. And this is what kind of breaks up my animation pose into kind of separating out, not working on one joint at a time, but it's all like upward motion and forward motion together, which is why I like it. So again, first we do just the upper arm rolling forward, no clavicle, no scapula, nothing. And then we want to keep this same general pose, but we want to add in that clavicle motion. So still having the arm come out straight in front of the character. Rotation is a little off, so we'll just come down here. That's pretty good. Not looking for anything exacting in any of these. We'll go back to this pose. Up, forward. Same deal backwards. We cannot bend our arms backwards very far, so I don't put too much of a range of motion on this. I just do one joint after another again. And might as well keep on going down here. And I'll do the wrist and fingers as a kind of separate pass. You are all ugly as well. Since I have already skinned, oops, lower arm. Alright, so we do want color feedback checked. Otherwise, we don't see anything. I'm not going to go through and scan these hard surface things other than so that they don't stretch their verts across the screen and look terrible. This is just going to be flooding pieces to a single joint, and not really anything else to it than that. Normally I'll just copy that stuff from our base armature because he's already there. And so now that we've got a basic range of motion on the shoulder, we can start working. Like I said, I like to start with just one joint at a time first. So, wrong key. This is obviously pulling in way too much influence, way too far in. So I'm just going to start scaling this out. I don't really care where these values go right now, because right now I only care about what values are on the upper arm. Those probably got pushed over to the twist joint or the shoulder pad. Yeah, shoulder pad, twist. Just going to get rid of all of those. All of that weighting. Just go through here. So right now it's just a quick pass of, I know I don't want anything weighted to any of these joints. Actually, let's just do scan, edit influences, remove unused quick. We've got some like piston weighting in here, which we're not going to want. We don't really want a thigh in here. Hands we don't want. Lower arms we do want. These guys we don't. We might want the pelvis. So we got rid of all of those, remove unused influences. Okay. Now we've got lower arm, upper arm, clavicle. We'll add the twists back in after we're done with all the regular weighting, because that's a much easier time to do it. So from here, if you ever hold shift, it goes into smoothing mode, so you never actually have to go to smooth here. Just hold shift, and it will smooth. And again, I don't care at all where these weights are going to. Because right now I only care about getting the upper arm to look good. Up and forward motion really, just this and this. These are the only two motions I'm really looking at right now. This one and this one. It can be easy. I know I don't want clavicle coming this far down the arm. Just again, a little bit of cleanup. Just getting rid of some weights that we know we don't want. Same with the spine. The spine does not need to come down the entire side of the arm. Alright, it's looking more reasonable. So right now, all I really care about is upper arm and clavicle. So to make sure that anything that I remove from the upper arm gets pushed on the clavicle, it's going to come in here quick, add, come to some small value, and just kind of block in about how far I want the clavicle to come down. I usually go further than I know that I want, just so that when I'm removing and quickly working, that if you, let's see if I come back here, if you scale 100% weighted vertice, Maya will decide what joints those get placed on. It's not going to do a very good job at deciding that. So I like having that kind of control. I might decide to put those on like spine 2 and spine 3 and something else, and who knows where else it's going to go. So now we're back on upper arm. We're just going to stick here for a while. Just kind of smoothing this out first. And what I'm looking for with this upward motion is for none of this shoulder to collapse. So we still need to remove some influence because this is pushing too hard. When I'm scaling, I usually stick between 90 and 95. And this process is the exact same if I'm using a mouse. The pressure sensitivity on the pen makes it so I don't have to change values very often. I can just kind of stick it at 1 and then I can press lighter or harder, however I want. And obviously I can move my mouse or the cursor a lot faster with the pen than I can with the mouse. Do a lot of smoothing back and forth until I get the general idea. So the shape I'm really looking at is this nice shape of the deltoid. And right now when this arm comes up, that's collapsing right here. I want that to kind of hold. Get a little bit softer. The higher numbers of scale will affect the mesh less. Scale essentially takes whatever value is on whatever vert you're painting and multiplies that value by your scale value. So like 0.97, it will remove about 3% of the weighting every time I brush over it, or brush over it at full strength. It's kind of my maximum. Again, Maya decides where to put those extra weights. But I don't really care where they go because I really only care about this one joint. It's starting to look pretty decent. Still a little bit more collapse through here than I want. Actually, maybe get rid of that extra row here. Scale of 0 value removes it entirely, which is what I just did there. Okay. So even though I don't have my normal map or anything on here, which is usually nice if you can get that as well. But I can tell just how this is modeled that the sleeve folds kind of into, it looks like a leather jacket. So you've got a nice kind of like bulge of that sleeve seam going into the chest piece of seam. You can kind of see that's about where I'm holding off. I'll actually add. So I will smooth empty verts. I just won't ever smooth a 100% vert. And if I smooth the empty vert, it's going to take that value from somewhere. I don't know where, but I, again, don't care. If I scale this as anything, it just means I'm going to have to go and find what other verts that were put on it and remove them. It's just a hassle. Okay, it's not looking bad. The armpit area is stretching quite a bit. So I'm just going to come in here and smooth. Again, just holding shift while I paint over this over and over and over and over. Just to kind of blend the distribution of those verts so they don't quite stretch so much. Yeah, it's not bad. Call that good for now. Now I'm going to undo all that work because this looks really bad. Well, not undo all that work, but change everything I just did. So for this, I'm looking for a nice crease through here. Right now we're kind of collapsing pretty quick, so I want this to push in more and crease more in the armpit area here. One thing I will do is go to the time slider. Is it not on the time slider? Oh, there we go. They changed this display a little bit. Snap to whole frame. Turn that off. Save. Well, now lets me scrub by partial frames. It gives me a lot more granularity within the 10 frames that I set these animations to see what's going on, so I can stop really short. So just the design of this arm, we're going to have to find a good midpoint. This is the bend point that I want coming forward is going to be kind of in here, where the bend point that I want up top is out further. So we're just going to have to find a good medium point here. I use really small values when I'm adding, like 0.01, pretty common. Because I'm going to brush over the area a whole bunch and just slowly nudge the vert over. There we go, like 0.007. Right now it's good. I will generally use larger numbers when I'm using a mouse, so I don't have to slide the mouse as often as I can just flick my wrist here. So the shape I'm looking for on this is holding this upper arm, especially the biceps, pretty solid. Being more okay if the chest area collapses a little bit in favor of this arm. So one thing, let's see if I can show it here. One thing to keep in mind with how this brush works is that it actually sticks to the surface. So if we get into a creased area like this, and say I want to get at the vert back here, I can start on this face, just kind of work my way in, and I'll move that vert way back here. And it's not going to jump across the mesh. It's just going to follow that surface underneath until it gets to finding a vert. Or if it doesn't find a vert, it will eventually jump over. But essentially it's got a little bit of a stickiness to the face-to-face or vert-to-vert along the mesh. And it's not necessarily just a straight projection from your mouse. So like if I want to paint this vert while it's covered, I can. And one thing I also look for are these creases in the mesh that don't look very good. So this is kind of a zigzag in the mesh, which tells me that the weighting is a little bit uneven. If we look at that at a bad angle, we'll really see it. One thing that I always just kind of try to force myself to remember is an arm shape is that you're trying to preserve is always the shape of the geometry at rest, not necessarily the shape of what you'd expect an arm to be. Well, that's fun. I'm going to turn off caching. That was having some weird results. There we go. So, did that work to clean up that top side, and now I'm ruining that work to find a good midpoint. Always trying my best to get a nice solid fold in this mesh without any loss of volume as it closes. It's looking pretty good. So that's what's telling to me is these verts are actually pushing in underneath the verts next to them. So that as this collapses, it feels like the cloth is pushing in on itself, instead of just a mesh clipping on top of another mesh. We always look at it from every angle. Sometimes if I don't feel like my focal point is very good, I'll grab a vert selection, hit F to force Maya to recenter, and then go back into painting. Like if I want to be more focused on the front side, not a midpoint, I can pivot around that kind of front armpit area better. And this is again just seeing that there's some zigzags going on in these edges and just straightening them out. And smoothing a little bit, seeing how that goes. The back of the arm looks pretty bad. We'll fix that a little later. Always is kind of resetting, taking a look at how the mesh looks. Nothing overlaid on it, just the mesh deformation. So we have to be okay with a little bit of the shoulder collapsing. It's not bad. And we can take a quick pass at backwards. It actually doesn't look terrible. focus on this area. I don't think Windows is recording my music, so you'll have to listen to your own while I work. A lot of this tutorial is just going to be working demonstration. There's not a whole lot to say when I'm just kind of working over the little verts of an area. It's a lot of the same thing over and over. I don't want immediate kind of mesh penetrating like this. I want it to come together really smoothly. It's looking alright. That's too much. Sometimes I'll smooth if let's go back. So I know I want to move this vert more than that. I'll smooth and see how far it goes. If that's too far, then I'll just come back and paint it a few times. So you might see me doing and undoing work like that a lot. It's probably going to be a little bit hard for you to see when I smooth and when I don't. Just because the only thing that changes is our little letters on the brush. And if the brush is moving a lot, you can't really tell. And I usually do it mid-stroke. So this is actually an interesting little spot. This vert hardly moves when I paint on it. That is because it's almost perfectly in line with the motion of that joint, like right in line with the center point of that joint. One thing I noticed here, the arm, this section of the arm here is bulging as the arm comes back. We'll look and see if we can fix that here. And we're probably not going to. This is kind of a case where this is again smoothing just to get a general motion out of these verts. This one just again comes from experience, looking at the color difference between the verts and the verts next to them, just having a pretty good idea of how it's going to change when I smooth it, just from the amount of times that I've done it. So that I know that I can smooth this area and kind of drop that down instead of switching over to scale. If I don't use smooth, I'll have to switch over to scale, and it's more work. Alright, it doesn't look bad. Alright, so calling upper arm pretty okay. So since we know that our upper arm motion is good, we can lock it and move to the clavicle. I lock it because I don't want anything to affect that upper arm anymore. We know that upper arm joint is pretty good. So any problems we have with the mesh at this point are clavicle, spine. Those should be the only other two influences over here. And we got some white in the clavicle. I don't want to scale or smooth that because it's going to put the weights who knows where. So I'll go to spine 4. Again, I'll paint more than I want it to be, and I'll come back and get rid of that later. Just so I don't have to worry about it. And those values are so small that they're not actually really going to affect how anything moves. Alright, I'm going to start isolating this mesh. Yeah. So when the clavicle raises, we again are really looking at that shoulder deltoid shape. I want to see that. It's going to get smaller, but I want to see it hold that same general kind of arc or flat line, depending on how the clothes look. If this was a nice, hard, like motorcycle jacket with a nice straight line straight across here, we'd want to keep that as a straight line here. But we're looking for a little bit of a curve on both. So first things first, let's again paint this out a little ways so we don't have much white. And just mass smooth through here. Well, this vert is goofy. So, this vert is not moving the same as the rest of them. And, oops. Nothing was happening when I try to smooth over it with a clavicle, which tells me that the upper arm has some bad weighting on it. So let's go to the upper arm. If it's locked, you can select it specifically and change it as much as you want. It just won't auto-distribute from other joints. And let's start by smoothing some of this stuff out. I generally don't want clavicle influencing the neck. And we'll probably want a little bit of it, but not much. So we're going to start right about there. And take this scale value back up to 0.95, somewhere around there. Start working this out. Once I do a couple of verts to about where I want it, I'll smooth, just to kind of force that distribution back, and I don't have to worry about them being so clumped up. I'm going to go over to add. Now we're going to start paying attention to that arc shape, that shoulder shape. Now, usually start working with the extremes of the silhouette and get those looking right first. So I don't really care a whole lot how the rest of the verts will look immediately. Just pick that top row and work that out, and then you can work the rest of them kind of in tune to that so they look close to the same. Oops. So our upper arm is way overshooting. Doesn't look bad. There's probably a better way of handling that vert. Oh well. I'm going to go ahead and actually scale instead of smoothing and adding back in. Silhouette-wise, you still have a nice gentle arc. I will call that pretty good. Then we'll just start smoothing out the verts on either side of it. And the smooth operation in Maya essentially just takes a look at the vert you're smoothing and every vert surrounding it, actually. So all these guys, specifically ones that have an edge coming into it. So when you have a triangulated mesh, smoothing isn't quite as reliable as if you had a quad mesh, but it still does a fine job. We don't really use it when we're doing polish level work. It's mostly just to kind of block things in. Again, just looking at this time, instead of the visual silhouette, kind of the offset difference between the verts that I know I did a pretty good job at and these guys. So like right now, this edge is staying about the same size all the way through, which is good. We're only collapsing through here. If you look at like this edge, it's stretching. So my focus right now is on those stretched areas and then try to bring them kind of back in line to not being stretched. And this is a place where you can look at the silhouette as well and see. Like this does have a bit of a bulge already. It's okay if we keep a little bit of a bulge on it. And this is where you'll see me really going in and out of paint weights all the time. Sometimes for no reason, just because it's habit. Again, I smoothed out this area and got some kind of weird behavior of verts offsetting awkwardly. Tells me that my problem's on upper arm. Let's come in and smooth that out a little bit. And then come back here. So what I'm looking at right now is noticing that these verts are moving a lot faster than these verts. So we're getting a stretch on this edge. It's okay. Just looking at it from a few different angles. Again, looking and seeing how that silhouette holds up between straight arm and raised arm. Again, I always want as smooth looking edges as I can. Even if there's like a nice smooth S, that's fine. What matters is that we've got a smooth edge through this, so we don't have any kind of back and forth. We're going to go ahead and smooth this area. Alright, so I'm going to call that pretty good for up. Our whole arm is holding volume really well. We're just collapsing right on the trapezius, I think, yeah. That can be cleaned up a little bit. I'm not going to get too noodly on this. Alright, so up is done. So now we go forward. And we have this forward, and then this forward. So I'll actually overshoot this one and look at 60 backwards to 50 for this motion. I know my upper arm is in pretty good shape again, because we've already done that pass. We know that's creasing really well. So any problems in this area with creasing or collapsing is all going to be the clavicle's fault. This is another reason why I always think that I should set up this range of motion differently, because scrubbing this backwards feels a little weird, but something I've done for a long time, so it doesn't feel weird to me so much. Just habit. We're getting a lot of chest collapsing. So I'm going to go ahead and take my scale brush down pretty low. Back up. Up a little more. I don't feel like my pressure sensitivity in this Maya is actually working. No, it's definitely not. I don't know why, but I'm not going to try to work to figure that out. We'll just go. So this is actually more like how I would normally work with a mouse, just faster. When we swing our arm forward, it's going to push some pressure on the cloth in the chest, especially with a stiffer jacket. This is still like a leather jacket. So that is something I try to pay attention to. We'll see on how much I'll let kind of transfer motion work, or in painting terms, kind of the over-painted area. But it's definitely something that's on my mind while I work, is like, what material is this made out of? I need a better center point. Because that kind of determines how stiff I want it to feel. When something is stiff, it puts more pressure on itself when it moves. It's like as the arm moves, if this was really loose cloth, we wouldn't really see much motion in the chest. With really stiff cloth, it's going to put pressure all the way through and into the chest. So sometimes verts, how the paintbrush catches onto the vert is based on the normal direction of that vertice. Sometimes it's actually now it's working fine. Sometimes it's hard to paint on it from one direction. You might have to come at it from the other side to get that paintbrush to catch onto it. These verts are more of, again, wanting smooth lines through my mesh. Let's back off and take a look. It feels pretty reasonable to me for a nice thick cloth. It's pushing on the chest a little more than I want from the top view. Call that pretty good. You can kind of see, I'll probably come back and polish this as a final pass, but you can kind of see the bicep area is overtaking this area, so we end up with this pretty sharp curve on the arm, rather than it kind of blending smoothly into the chest. But that's getting kind of nitpicky. It already kind of feels like it's pushing in and hiding under the cloth, so it doesn't bother me that much, but I'll probably still clean it up later. Alright, backwards. Looks real bad. What is even going on? Kind of the same thing with the top of the shoulder. I'll pick an edge to kind of work out first and see what I can do with it. Part of it is actually just the shape of the mesh. There's already a pretty big divot in there. Actually, I don't mind that. That's actually looking pretty decent. So now we'll just kind of match that motion with these other verts. This is again one where I'll look backwards on the time slider. So I know some people that do their weighting more by generalized numbers or colors. I've never found that works for me. And what I mean by that is they will kind of take the arm, look at it like here, and always do generally the same kind of coloration, or actual direct values throughout an entire area. So what I'm realizing I don't like about this is it actually wants that back of the arm to collapse more with the upper arm, so that we don't immediately start clipping. Like right now we're already clipping. When that clavicle starts to take over, it just makes it worse. Alright, and that's already looking a lot better when the clavicle takes over too. Back to the clavicle just to clean up. Sometimes if the paint's not working, just cancel the tool and restart it. Okay. Again, not going to get too nitpicky because it actually looks pretty decent. And it feels kind of like the cloth is pushing on itself. I'm okay with that. So more or less that's all of the paint weighting of this shoulder. We've got good motion from the top, from the back. That shape still bothers me, but like I said, I'll fix that later. Yeah, pretty good. Lock clavicle, lock spine, unlock upper arm. So now we're going to quick hop onto the elbow. I do want to actually see this mesh while I work. You'll see me do that a lot where I kind of line up the verts vertically so that I can select them in a row when I've got a triangulated mesh. I used to dislike triangulated meshes a lot more than I do now. Now I don't really care because I've gotten used to working with them, and I don't think it's really any slower or faster to deal with them or not. Just like a slightly different way of approaching it, since I can't do a ring selection, but it's not much slower to grab a selection. You don't generally want a whole ring of verts to be identical unless we're actually skin weighting a tube and not a body part. Like actual tubes, wires, that kind of thing. It's good to have it similar all the way around or same all the way around. But when you've got an area that bends in one direction, that's not what we're really looking for. This is actually a place where you can really see the smoothing effect of triangulated mesh. It's the different number of edges coming off of these verts. This one has more edges going out to nothing than this one. So this one is actually picking up more of these 2 weights than this one is. This one is picking up these 2 weights and these 2 weights. With elbows, we're generally looking for really any linearly collapsing joint is for this edge to disappear. Just doing a pretty good job. What I mean by disappear, I mean ideally, I would want these 2 verts to touch when they collapse. Right now, the forearm joint, or the forearm vert, is collapsing underneath it, which causes a tiny little spike in the mesh. It's almost not noticeable at this point, so it's not bad. Just looking for as much of a solid shape through here as I can. Kind of like that shoulder silhouette. I'm looking at the silhouette of the mesh past this joint. Okay. Let's actually focus on this area. Okay. So, top-down view. If I line up these edges so they're one edge, we've got these verts forearm side, these verts upper arm side. So it's just like these 3 edges, 4 edges. So I want to keep as much of that shaping on those edges as I can, with as little collapsing in as possible. Joint placement on this mesh isn't great, so we're just going to have to come with a nice little average of the 2 and accept a little bit of collapsing through here. What I mean by the joint placement isn't great would take another tutorial to kind of go through how verts are affected by a joint. But the short answer is, looking at this from top down, as soon as this rotates forward, let's see, we are on an arc, on a circle around this joint. Any joint on this side is going to immediately rotate into the mesh. Any joint on this side is going to rotate out. And this edge right here is really close to the center point of that. So it wants to collapse in as well as this one pretty much immediately, which means this whole area wants to collapse, and I don't really have a whole lot of room to preserve volume. my first edge that preserves volume is way out here. This one. That's kind of what I'll focus on, is the volume preservation. But like I said, we'll have to have it collapse a little bit because the other joints just aren't in a very favorable position. It's not bad. That kind of little detail is generally not something I would ever kick a mesh back to a character artist about. Just work around it. Unless it was a super detailed, very carefully made hero character or something. An elbow is a good example of wanting very different skin weighting around the tube from the front side to the back. We don't actually have a whole lot of geometry to support an elbow shape. Generally, we want to hold these verts back, so when this bends, we get a good sharp shape. Like ideally, like these would be held back, and we'd have another edge up here, but we don't. Again, it's a nice jacket, big kind of thick jackets. We're not really looking for too sharper shapes. So I will go with something that favors how the deformation looks, so we don't see stretching polygons, over something that would be more, I guess, anatomically accurate for what we'd really like it to do. Again, smoothing because I'm lazy. Alright, and that just overall looks better than having these two edges stretch so much. So that's a shoulder. Actually, it's not quite a shoulder. Forgot one thing. So after we're all done, I'll keep it off. We have this twist joint that we need to work with. Normally I like to do this with a pose rather than just twisting the arm. Do like a 90-degree rotation. Generally we go about 66% on the twist joint. So we'll do 60 degrees back. Go back to bind pose. Oh, that's some fun shading. What happened? Nothing. Whatever. So, back to bind pose. Select the joint we want to add. Actually, both joints that we want to add because we will mirror this. So this is Add Influence menu. It is a menu that starts with absolutely terrible values that are pretty useless and will actually ruin your work. So don't just add it without going through your options. And the important part is you want to uncheck, actually no, we want to check lock weights. So actually, yeah, I'm in new Maya, so I haven't fully set this up, which is actually pretty good for tutorial. But we want to lock weights at 0, so that when these joints get added into the skin cluster, they get added at 0 and they don't try to re-weight any of the areas that they're on. If we don't lock weights, or if we lock weights at some other value, Maya will try to push values onto our new joints and steal weighting that we just did and ruin all of our work, which is not great. So we lock weights, 0 value, hit add. That will make these shoulder twists come in. They come in locked, and they come in at a 0 weighting. No weighting, didn't ruin anything, left all of my weighting alone, which is what we want. So twist joints, 100%. They're just, oops, not arm, upper arm. Just compensating for the upper arm motion. So they only take away from the upper arm. And they don't use any, or they don't affect anything else. And it's pretty quick. Usually about the length of the deltoid is what we're looking for. What is going on? There we go. So I'll actually start this at a pretty high value, like 0.1. And just start painting it in. Come down to, I don't know, 2/3 of the way down the upper arm. So that looks a mess, right? Did a pretty terrible job at painting that. It's okay. Right now, what I'm really doing is kind of feeding this mesh information that I'm going to use to smooth it. So I don't really need good values on anything. Really, I'm just looking for general color, general values around the whole thing. And so we have everything locked. It's only going to add and subtract between these two. Don't need to worry too much about any of that. So this vert has an issue. One thing I just did was if I add weighting between either one of these, it goes 100%, steals 100%, even though I'm painting just a really small value. That's because there are more than 4 influences affecting this. And actually, when I was painting through before, I noticed that spine 3 is accidentally weighted here. Yeah. I keep on not hitting U. You can also change it here if you don't want to use hotkey. So now that I've kind of like shattered this mesh, I'm just going to go ahead and smooth that out with a big old brush. Now we'll get a little more precise. So that kind of first stage is a quick block-in of about what I want, how much of it I want to steal, where I want the twist to start and be. As always, we're looking at the general shape of the arm and making sure that we don't get too much of a candy wrapper effect. and finding ways to make it better. Which generally means holding more value on the upper arm or with the shoulder twists of the shoulder area. And again, I'm looking for smooth lines. Just checking every once in a while to see if I missed any verse. Is that coloring up there that I'll get rid of in a minute here? It's starting to look okay. That was a bad idea. Let's unlock the entire mesh before we do that, so it actually puts those weights somewhere else. Alright, that's pretty good. Twists, we just kind of look for, generally a good look before going into posing. And we'll do a lot more refinement and poses that actually twist the arm and push it rather than just doing that in a range of motion. But I'm okay with that. As is. Select that hierarchy. Delete those keys. Save my work because I have not saved in like an hour and a half. Right, spine is kind of more of the same. Ooh, that's bad. Oh, that's ugly. We'll give it a quick range of motion here. Back, forward. Side to side. Maya did not do a very good job with this basic bind on this one. There are other skin weighting solutions that Maya has that do a much better basic bind than this. But it's not so good that I'm not going to have to rework over most of the area. So I usually don't bother. You'll see, once I start the spines, I'm just going to block it in the weighting real quick and get rid of all of that junk that's going on. Right arm, please. Forearm. Okay. This is... My Maya crashed the last time I used it, and I do not have my quick fix script on this Maya. 1 second. Okay. Now we use a third-party program called, not program, plugin thing, scripts, for the time editor called GER, Graph Editor Redux. It breaks when Maya crashes and doesn't recover very well. Okay. So I deleted translate and scale and all the keys off of this because I'm going to take this same range of motion, and as I work down the spine, I'm just going to move my keys so I don't have to remake those keys over and over. What we don't want, well, scale would be fine because they're all scaled 1, but they all have different translate values, so we don't want those keys to carry through. Alright. Skin. Do a quick mirror. Looks fine. I would normally double check. I'm actually not. Not sure. No, it's not symmetrical. Oh. So the mesh isn't symmetrical, so I should clean up the right side the same way I did the left side. But I'm not going to do that here. I'm just going to keep on going through and just kind of block in the character so you can see the full process without taking a lot of extra time. It's really just more of the same. So, spine 4, pretty bad right now. Ugly. We're going to go ahead and scale all this junk to 0. We don't want it. So for the spine, ideally we want the deformation to happen pretty much right in line with the joint. So spine, I'll use 4 joints, yeah. We're using 4 joints in this character, so we have a mid kind of rib cage twists, just for a little extra flexibility. Normally his chassis is built into kind of right here, and he's got mechanical bits through the center. So we're actually going to scale out a couple of more rows here. It's a good starting point. I usually work on the left side of characters, just in general. We're painting in a nice low value in these next extra lines again. Just to have a little bit more control when I go through and smooth these verts. I don't really need to do that for smoothing, but it's habit, so I do. So all I'm really looking forward for on the spine here is a simple clean crease, and then it's fine if it completely collapses with itself after that. And what I mean by a simple clean crease is kind of like I was talking about before, two verts collapsing together and removing that edge. I'm not worried about the whole mesh clipping or anything like that. The spine is a little bit of an interesting bit to work on, because we're going to work on it one joint at a time, just like the rest of the character. But the spine never moves one joint at a time. So while we paint this one joint at a time, really the goal of this painting is to prevent loss of volume in your mesh. When your standard principles of animation is volume of your character, and 3D animators don't have any control over how the volume of the character changes when they deform it, when they move it. Because that's the job of skin weighting. So I'm making these nice creases because what I really want to avoid is verts moving into the mesh as much as I possibly can. You can see how much all these verts are collapsing. No good. If the arm gets in your way while working on the side of the character and you don't want to deal with it, if you're working on a more complex character, I would just isolate selection on a vertex selection. So kind of, yeah, this works. Kind of like that. And it's still a lot of collapsing. You do run into this a lot on torsos, especially going into the underarm or around the back, where you can see this edge of verts is up and then down and then back up. So you can't really have the same weighting straight across this edge, because this vert is more in line with these verts. That's why the side over here is collapsing so much more than like the back of the front, because the verts swoop down on the side. Good enough for now. Again, we're not looking for super precise anything. Right now this is more of blocking this stuff in. Just like we did with the other joints. Lock the one we just worked on because we know it's pretty good. And then try to figure out what this one is doing. This is like how messy this stuff gets as a result of us not caring where joints go, where weighting goes. So I'm going to do a little bit of cleanup here. So spine 3 here should affect the section between spine 4 and spine 3 of the verts in this section. That's actually pretty good except for the back here. Something like that. It's a good start. Spine 2 should really only be affecting this section here, which it is very much not. Everything wanted to come down to the bottom. And spine 1, again, should really only affect between spine 1 and spine 2. None of this. None of this. And pelvis, I'm actually going to get rid of pelvis right now. Just focus on the spines. And while we were scaling out, some of it got pushed back to spine 3. That's fine, let's clean that up quick. Okay. That's a better place to start. So again, we don't want to scale this. So we'll come over to spine 2. Add a small value in. And again, a little further than we think we'll probably need it. Not into the arm. So we can come in here and scale this back. One other thing to kind of take note of is I can't paint over one brush more than once unless I pick up the pen or unclick the mouse. So if I'm trying to do like a row and I might miss a couple, I can go back and forth over the row and it will only apply the brush once. As long as I haven't lifted the brush between. Alright, nice little crease there. That's a nice enough crease there. That's too much. And a very bad crease. This is again me being a little bit lazy and not wanting to switch my tool just for a couple of verts. Okay. Lock 3 onto 2. Whoa, no. Do not want to play blast. Thank you, Maya. Uh-oh. My cat has showed up and decided to lay on my mouse. Hi. That's fine. It is ugly. Just gonna smooth through here real quick to get rid of all these strong values. A little easier to look at what I need to fix. Again, we don't want to see these verts pushed into the mesh like all these guys are. So that's really all I'm looking at right now. How much does it feel like it's collapsing in? Again, we're not looking for perfection. It's actually kind of a poorly done mirroring. But again, not a symmetrical mesh. I will favor forward back collapsing over side collapsing in general. It's fine. It is fine. Now the question is, do we want any pelvis holding this back? It would appear about 2 hours is as long as this will let me record. Anyway, I'm not going to do any weighting to the pelvis because I kind of like how the shirt is pushing and overlapping. I might add some in at the very end right now. The final step, once we've gotten the nice creasing and all of our individual spines, is to apply that same rotation to everyone. It's a bit overshot right now. Just come in here and not type something correctly. Okay. 50% reduction. So you can actually see here, now if the spine comes all the way forward, it doesn't actually ever go over and clip at the belt. Same with the back. Side to side is looking good. Pretty happy with not choosing to do any pelvis weighting there. So that hard creasing is aggressive, especially for such a kind of baggy cloth. You can kind of really see where it's creasing. So all we're going to do now is unlock everything. Just go over and smooth those areas out a little bit. This last set of verses is going to be a little bit of a pain. Smooth a little extra spine 2 into there. I always find it a little difficult if like looking across the silhouette, if the far side has bad skidding on it. Now I'm really just going and refining that smoothing, finding those areas where our verts are coming a little too tightly together, giving them a little more separation. And again, I'll just kind of step through the verts, or not the verts, the joints, top to bottom again. See where things look like they're going a little wrong. And a little bit of folding on the mesh is fine. The real cloth will actually fold and crease when you bend it like this. Sometimes you might accidentally lose the brush. Again, let's restart the paint rates tool. And there's a hotkey that actually I often accidentally hit that makes that display go away. But it's a lot faster to just restart the tool than it is to navigate to that option and recheck a checkbox. Yeah. Forward bends. Still getting a little crunchy in here. More than I'd like. That's better. And up close. Close. So what I noticed on here is, again, trying to follow silhouette. This is bulging out and kind of getting crunchy. A little more than I'd like to see it. How often does a character actually bend this far sideways? Probably not. Ever. It's nice knowing that your skin weighting is going to hold up no matter what is done to the character, more or less. I think it's usually worth catching those little details. Right, that's the top of the character. All done. The neck is this is going to be interesting. This is again looking at material and seeing where it naturally folds. What I'll try to do with the neck is make all the deformation happen in these creases so that the natural modeled folds still hold all that volume. So almost all of our deformation is going to happen kind of right in here and up here. We're going to leave this alone as much as possible. This is probably going to be easiest. Start from it being hardbound to the spine and slowly adding in head and neck. Again, looking at vert position or mesh position in relation to joints, I don't think there should be any head weighting to this. It's all going to be spine one, not spine one, neck one, neck two. Just because our top edge is just about in line with this joint. There's a little bit that goes higher than it, but not enough that I'm too concerned. Actually, this is where things get a little bit trickier. So this is a helmet, obviously. Obviously helmets, 100% weighted to the head. So what I just said is going to be true if there was just the scarf. If we actually didn't have a helmet, I would just weight it to neck 1 and neck 2. But since we have another mesh sitting directly on top of it, that's 100% weighted to head, and has to be 100% weighted to head, otherwise it's just not going to look right. At least some of this mesh is going to need to be weighted to the head the same, like all the mesh that's underneath that front part of the mask here will need to be 100% to the head so it follows along and doesn't clip with the helmet. Anyway, same process. I copied my spine animation. Oh, it's still scaled. We'll go ahead and unscale it. So a slightly different approach in that I'm going to start with it weighted entirely to one joint. To make this easier on myself, I'm going to actually go ahead and do this. Alright. So what I did there is just applied some amount of weighting to all the joints that I want to work with. Remove unused. And the clavicle got in there somehow. Okay. Now we're back to spine 1, holding all the weight. I'll start here by just taking this top row of vertices. Go 100% to the head. That back row doesn't need to be 100%. That's okay. We'll pull that back in a second. Actually, so this is actually going to be a little bit of a pain of a mesh to work with because it's entirely double-sided, which means as I'm painting it, if I don't paint both sides equally, we're going to get a whole bunch of verts pushing through other verts. So we're going to simplify the problem. Save here, duplicate, isolate. This is a point where I would rather have a quad mesh. Then I could just ring around here and delete this real fast. That's okay. Ultimately, this doesn't take very long. Just making sure I didn't accidentally click on anything through the mesh. Don't want to delete any other faces than these. I'm just deleting the thickness edges so that I can quick select and delete the interior. Right, now I have a single verted. Single verted mesh. So I want to make sure these verts actually transfer one-to-one both ways, and that in these tight areas, verts don't kind of jump waiting. So actually just take everything, go into move by normal, and set these verts about midway into the mesh. So now I have a single-sided mesh. That's kind of an approximation of the full volume of this neck. Go ahead and take just remind myself that I don't want to actually use this. You know what? We did a little bit of work. Let's just copy it. Okay. So I'm not looking to get rid of all the clipping. That could come from how this head alone moves, because like the spine, the head joint never actually rotates on its own. It's always a combination of head and neck joints. As it should be. We cannot pivot just our head without moving our neck. And again, I switched over to spine 4 there. I didn't want to scale or smooth verts that are 100% of something. See if we can get away with no head weighting in the back there. No. Often, if you scale something with a 1 value, it's not undoable, which is why I go out of my way to avoid it. This is the case where it's probably actually easier, since I have so few joints, to just jump back and forth and stick with just the add tool. Overall, it's pretty reasonable. It's way too easy to accidentally hit playlist in that very first option there. Alright. Let's start off here with a pretty big value. Kind of similar to when we were working on the twist joints. I'm just looking for a quick kind of approximation of what this is going to look like. That I will then smooth out, and then refine. Generally, we don't want any spine coming up this high. So I'll favor painting all of that out. Let's kind of work around how that looks. Oops. Wrong joint. Like I said before, I want to make sure that this holds as solid as I can. So I don't want just half of it painted. When we go over this area, we'll actually be pretty careful that we're actually getting as much of the verts of it as I can. It's probably a better direction. That is the copy and paste vert weights tool. Just to make sure that we're actually holding these volumes. We'll apply the exact same weighting from the top all the way around the bottom, wherever it looks like it's collapsing. Like I said, this is going to be a bit of an interesting case. Well, I want it to fold here. We also want it to fold in here, which means holding these sections steady. Kind of letting this area collapse first. Sometimes just be a little careful that you don't drag over and start painting on the opposite side of the character. Again, always looking for more of a crease wherever we can, not a full collapse into the mesh. It's going to be real tricky with this one to entirely prevent any kind of collapsing, just because we have to blend in from the head, which is pretty aggressively pushing things into the body. Little bits of clipping like this, no problem. Because again, you can't rotate your head 60 degrees from a single spot. It's going to be a blend from all the joints. Alright, all the rest of the collapsing should just be by joint 1 here. Probably about off as far as it needs to go. Really don't want any kind of spine weighting through here. So one option I always have on default option is interactive normalized weights, which means that I can paint on here till it's 1. Actually, it's part of that and part locked weights. It'll display me what I just painted until I tell it to refresh. By just clicking on the joint again, it'll show me what the actual weights are, since I can't take any of the weights from the lock joints. It's pretty common, actually, on all of our newer characters. I only use a single neck joint to blend in with the head, and then just am more careful about where I place it. It's pretty common when you have 2 neck joints, that one of the neck joints is going to look kind of like this in weighting, like it's hardly influencing. Generally, you can do all the good deformation with just 2 joints. So the neck isn't all that complicated. Pretty sure whenever you see me brushing over a large area kind of carelessly, it's because I'm smoothing. Getting there. Same thing we did with the spine. Go ahead and make a playlist. It's not what I want. And we'll paste. Same curves. And again, animation, graph editor. Sure, 0.6. I did say 0.5, but 0.6. Actually, I want to reduce it more. What is this? Alright, that's a reasonable range of motion. I should have copied all skin weights from regular armature, so this wouldn't be such a mess. That's fine. There we go. It's pretty close. And we can also always cheat the geometry underneath. I won't do that just yet. Let's see what we can get. Really all we need. This backside clipping actually isn't, well, it's only kind of a problem. It's not really a problem. Because we don't see the back sides of meshes when they're rendered in a game engine. They're just transparent. Just need to make sure these undersides okay. It's pretty successful right there. Call it good for now. Then we're done working on that. Just copy it over, hide that guy. Looks pretty good to me. The only concern I have is there's going to be a lot of stretching through this midpoint of the neck. So that might stretch out any kind of like pattern texture that might be on it, but we'll have to take a look at that. I have the end game version of the character to see all of that. Alright, we're back here. I did a little bit of work, unrecorded. All I really did was bring in one of our basic armature characters, or actually a roamer character, and transferred skin weights for the arms, so I don't have to worry about painting in all that twist and extra detail that I put in under the gloves for him. And then transferred the gloves and did just a really basic transfer on the pants. Mostly so I don't have to go through and do from scratch work for the rest of the character. I think the top part was a pretty good demo of that. But I will continue just recording the rest of this. Let's turn snapping back off. The transfer from the gloves, even though they were very different gloves, actually came through really good. There's actually not much I want to change here. Its thumb area is harsh, so we'll fix that. That looks really good. I will do a quick pass over the knuckles as well. So let's do a full hand range of motion. We still have head range of motion on. I always like working with the hand straight out rather than down on this side. It's just a little easier to see the manipulation. We're not doing wrist, so we'll just do fingers. Not doing wrist. Thumb range of motion is just to bring it into the side. I don't think I have to worry too much about bringing it back. That's actually collapsing really well. So we'll bring it to the side, and then also when your thumb folds into your palm, the tip of the thumb should head towards the base of the pinky. So we'll do semi, not quite all the way, so that we can actually see what's going on. Extension there. I don't like, I'll always hit that on accident. Whatever. Come on. Delete. Delete. I don't like how that was interpolating. So I'm going to come here first. And then down. And then we can go straight back. Might as well include all of the fingers. We only have one joint to worry about. Just bookmark it. Fold it down. Bookmark it. I like 140 frames as my max range here, just because it gives me a good amount of space between each set of 10 keys, especially with partial keyframes on. Just like with everything else, we'll go ahead and block in hand weighting. Again, overshooting is good. To worry about it less. Then I'll start working off of thumb 1 here. Again, I'll just stick with scale and add until I've got what I want. Move these a little faster here. Let's go ahead and get rid of thumb 2. I want a little bit of that back, but it's not worth having right now. Oops. Go back to a good scale value. For any area like this, I care mostly about how the crease happens and not really so much what happens after the crease. So as long as I start getting a good crease in here, and I don't get a lot of clipping immediately, I'm pretty happy with that. In any area like this, as soon as the clipping actually happens, it starts feeling like the cloth pushing in on itself, as long as the crease is well defined. Let's see how much we can get away with just smoothing this. This interior area of the thumb is usually a little bit of a fight of how well it'll look when it collapses this way compared to this way. There's always going to be some amount of stretching because this is a really large movement for a really small area. Rather have stretching than seeing the interior geometry poke through like that. I think this is an area where And we'll see how well we can make it look. This might be an area where I would consider sending it back to modeling if I can't make it look good. But it's such a little detailed area, like you're almost never going to see the glove anywhere close up on this side while the thumb is doing this. So I would save any kind of kickback till I see it in action in engine and see if anything is causing actual problems, or if I'm just being too picky. You'll really never actually see the thumb do that. So I'm okay with calling that okay. Good. Just knowing that I'll evaluate that more once I'm looking at it against real animations rather than just extreme range of motion. This train only bends in one direction. It's pretty reasonable. I'll just smooth the edge. What I was looking for here is really just, does it feel like the cloth is moving in response to the finger and not just kind of floating around it? Even though we get clipping through here, unless we get really close up to the underside of the palm again, you're not going to see that. That's something that if we ever do get close to the underside of the palm and we see that clearly, like in a cinematic or something, then I'll come and fix it. But in general, it's okay to leave stuff like that. These have some hard edges. We should just be able to mostly smooth through here, and this will look good again. Way not there. Like all joints, this is actually a really good example of a good collapse. Let's see. We don't get any clipping until These edges look like they're pretty much gone. In this case, I'm really just looking for straight lines. Nothing too jagged like this. That's not good. That's a good line. And there is some bad weighting on this joint across the other finger. I'll go and fix in a second. Anything high density geometry like this, you can spend a lot of time on, so it's good to kind of back off and take a look at it more from a shaded view to see if it looks reasonable or not. We don't need every single vert to be perfectly placed through every single mesh. See, a lot of time for not a lot of gain. Especially if the shading and the deformation already looks good. I'll often smooth back and forth like that, because as soon as I move these verts, which takes an average of all the points around it, this will go down, and then if I smooth here, it'll move along with, because that's a lower value, so the average is smaller. And kind of work it back and forth until it gets into a spot that I'm pretty okay with. I'm happy enough with all that. Since I always work left to right, we mirror across the YZ plane and positive and negative. What that actually means is here we go. It's a good colored world gizmo. We're in world space. So a YZ means we're mirroring across the plane that the Y and the Z axis make, which is this red plane. So we're mirroring across this way. And then positives and negative, looking in world space again. The positive facing direction of X is this way. So we're mirroring from this side to negative over here. So if we do XY, that would be mirroring across the XY plane. And we're mirroring from top to bottom. Z is positive, and that's where we're at right now. Generally just stick it to the one. Sometimes I'll work on the right side on accident and then just uncheck that positive, negative, and then mirror back. On to legs now. It's a beautiful foot. Go into the IK foot. That was a bad idea. Okay. That's better. Cat foot. One thing to make sure you do if you're pulling the skeleton from base armature is go ahead and delete toe. Those are rigging joints, not skeletal deformation joints. It'll make this area look a little easier, or even easier to look at. Now, we've got a pretty high waist. Spine 2 probably doesn't need to influence anything, but spine 1 will. Let's actually do that first. Should have kept that animation that I had on the spine to begin with. It's fine though. It's quick to remake it. Nothing very specific about these values, usually between 50 and 60 degrees. It's enough to have a good idea of what the rotation is going to look like. So I'm not adding spine 2 here. It's like I was talking with the body. Spine 2 really influences what's above it in the direction of kind of deformation motion. So it's really just this area that it wants to affect. And spine 1 is this area, which the pants are well in. We'll start with a value of 1 on the top. Take a look how that looks. For selecting triangulated meshes, sometimes easier to just use grow and, well, mostly grow selection. Shrink selection is kind of unreliable. Then deselect if you want to go down a couple of rows. Go down 1 more than that. Smooth it a few times. Let's go into the smooth tool and hitting Alt F, which is the flood tool over and over. If you want to be very careful or specific about what verts you're working on, you can always make a vert selection. I haven't needed to do that for any geometry here. But you can't paint on anything that's not selected. So there are times when you're working in really tight areas. No, you don't want to overweight and you've got a bit of a blocking to do. It's a good technique. Just like on the spine, I'm just looking for a nice tight crease here without too much loss of volume. Right now, these verts are way overshooting the rest of these, and we're not really losing any volume yet. I'll actually drop that vert selection. It's getting better. Again, kind of like on the shoulder, I'll pick one small area to work on, just to get an idea of how far the weighting is going to need to go. And I can just mostly match up the other areas to it. always really just paying attention to silhouettes. When I bend to the side, I want the side silhouette to hold up all the way through the character. If you back off a little bit. You're getting a sharper edge than it actually is. It's pretty good, other than I want this to push in further. Kind of paint a little bit and smooth around that area. It's just so that it feels like there's more of a push from the geometry onto the cloth. Probably kind of extend that all the way around. Let's give it a quick look. We don't need to set up a range of motion this time. Just how well that's moving, sticking with, looks pretty good to me. Onto the leg. Okay. Leg range of motion is just forward. Pretty close to vertical. Not necessarily the joint, but the geometry is what we're looking at. If I go too far, the character's probably not ever going to kick up that far. And again, with all areas of the character, I'm looking for a good base deformation as a starting point, and then I'll look at polish areas based on actual animations, rather than trying to noodle out everything from a single range of motion. Hi, Kit Kat. foot, I really just do forward, back. Out to the side. We got a pretty good skin weight transfer here. This is still kind of the same. When I'm working on a leg from scratch, this is going down pretty far. I need to block in. Usually up to here, around here. All white. To the thigh, 100% to the thigh. And then work out this crease area the same as I would with a spine. Really just keeping in mind again, the silhouette shape of the leg is holding steady. Skin weighting is really all just about holding your volumes. When we do these tight creases on an area with the focus on a silhouette, these tight creases, making sure that nothing is actually collapsing into the character. So it makes the character feel really solid and connected, like there's muscles moving underneath. This is one area where I'll often actually just jump joints and just add back and forth. We're only ever worried about that thigh and the pelvis through here. Wrong way. One thing I was noticing there, while this is raising and lowering, is how much this area is stretching. It's kind of accented by how much further this vert is moving than this vert, creating a really hard shape angle there. I'm just going to try to soften that a little bit. The only thing I don't like about this right now is I get this point sticking out. you can actually see is from this collapsing end of the body a little too much. My cat is messing with my mouse. And the thigh is one area where I will be a lot more accepting of losing volume through the top of the thigh as long as the silhouette holds pretty strong. I mean, often you have to accept that you're going to lose a little bit through here in order to keep this shape and that kind of bend point nice and clean. If you want to get really detailed, if we're doing like a cinematic character, when you naturally lift your leg here, there's two big muscles at play. The main thigh, and I'm not good with my muscle names. There's one big muscle here, another one right here. There's a separating line, kind of third of the way into the leg. This muscle doesn't move up as far as this one, so you usually end up with, I don't think I can draw on the screen here, but instead of a round shape when someone lifts the leg, if they've got good muscle definition, you usually get a rounded off and then a little bit of a divot and then another rounded off. So for like cinematic characters, I would actually hold back this section of the leg more so it loses more volume. For gameplay characters, you're never actually going to see that kind of detail. It's one of those little touches that makes it feel like there's a muscle in the pant leg. As you can kind of see here now, instead of being fully rounded, we get round and then kind of flatten off and then back to round. Something like that. For the back side, we don't care about how good it looks in a full retreat, full, I guess, flex backwards. What we really want to keep hold of is the glutes, the butt. In game characters, this is the area you'll often see shrink to nothing. So I usually tend to favor keeping a strong shape. Again, considering that silhouette even more than I do clipping through here. And again, characters almost never swing their leg back a considerable ways. The only time a human does that would be if they're doing like a football kick or something. So if we don't have great deformation to the back of the leg here, that's okay. What I'd rather have is this whole shape hold up when the leg swings forward. And to get a nice crease here. A nice shape difference through the leg. Again, we can pull the pelvis really far down the leg to help soften the difference. Keep the leg shape looking good on top of getting a nice crease at the base of the glute. What I don't like here is how this pant crease is becoming nothing. I'm going to just hold this volume a little better here. On the side here, you can usually get a pretty good crease. Without much leg volume loss. Looks pretty good. Usually when I'm done doing that, the mirroring doesn't always do a great job at resolving in between the two legs. Through the crotch area here. Let's give it a bit of a smooth back and forth. Again, with the knee, we're looking for a good tight crease so that when it starts clipping it looks like it's actually folding. And then holding up cleaner shapes through the knee than that, if we can. Actually, it might not have been a straight line to begin with. Well, that crease is actually really high. I don't really like where it's folding at. The skin weight transfer didn't do such a great job for this one. Ideally, I'm just kind of like in the spine, we're trying to crease right in line with the joint. So I'd like the crease to happen down here rather than way up here. We'll again take one edge of verts. See what we can do with it before we devote to it. That's probably going too far. It leaves us with nothing on the thigh here, or in the calf. I think that's pretty good. And again, what I was looking for in this one edge deforming is how well really just these two verts are coming together. It's kind of what my eye was on when I was deciding whether or not that was good. You can see they're pretty much coming together. And one's not overshooting the other, so we're not getting a overshot fold or anything. It looks pretty good. Just pushing those in so as this collapses, we don't end up looking so much like this is just pushing into the mesh. Again, keeping a good silhouette through here until it starts to fully collapse. Once we get to this point, not usually too picky. I don't really like how this is clipping, just because there's this big lip on that calf geometry. In general with clipping, I'm okay with it until I start seeing one mesh through another mesh. So up until here, it actually feels pretty good. This is one where geometry would be the better thing to change. We're not really going to make that look good. It looks good already, really. Really, when we're looking at this character, he's maybe here. You're not going to see that tiny bit of extra clipping on the back of the leg. I was just smoothing out the knee, but that's not the right way to go about this. The knee is like the elbow. We want to have a bit of a harder edge to it, kind of favoring the thigh. Really, we have a nice big bone there that's holding everything together. I'm not sure we really have the geometry to hold as much of an edge as I want there. This is going to be more of a balance of not overstretching one area. Normally we'd want to see a bit more of a good angled shape right here. This is also a big knee pad looking thing. So it's going to be a softer deformation than a normal knee anyway. So it's going to be okay with it having a bit of a softer deformation. Not worth changing anything over for sure. Doesn't look great. It doesn't look bad. Context is always the most important thing. Is anyone going to see? And again, we're not trying to be perfect on the first go. We'll wait until we actually see it with contextual animations on it to make any kind of judgment on that. This is just taking ring selections or manual vert selections, flooding them. Again, looking for these verts coming pretty close to coming together. always being focused on holding the shape of any part of the character. I could try to deform the metal a bit. I'm going to see how far I need to push this to get it to look good without it. Still pretty okay with the shapes. Heels holding together well. Top of the foot's holding together well. I will go ahead. Just bend that metal a little bit to make sure that it never actually clips through the foot. Actually, I will get to go show you a little bit of a trick with this stuff. Good for me. Make sure we delete all animation. Actually, I still need to do the belt. That's okay. So, we have 2 feet that are unconnected. I want to be able to copy the skin weights from this one that I just did over to this one, but I can't just mirror it. What I can do is actually add the joints for the left foot onto the right foot. Nothing on them. We can group this mesh and give that group a -1 scale on the X. Skin weight transfer is all world space based, so it doesn't really matter how the verts have gotten in this position. So now we can copy skin weights. And when we pull this foot out of that group, our channels are locked, so it's going to go back to its regular position. So now this foot is weighted to the left foot. Not quite what we want, but it's got all the correct values on the calf, foot, and ball. So now we lock everything. Unlock only the calves. Brush value to 100%. Since everything else is locked, if I flood calf right, it'll only steal everything from calf left and leave the other joints alone. And I can work my way through. Now all my weighting is on the right foot, identical to what it was on the left foot. It's a long way to go with my cat next to me. Now we have mirrored skin weighting on the right foot with no work. So when I was looking at the spine before, I actually noticed that I don't really need the belt to move at all with the spine. It's actually pretty good just on pelvis. Oops. It's not so good, however, with the thigh. It's probably fine. We'll give it a little bit of weighting to the right thigh, I think, but not much. Like I've done everywhere else, I'll just grab kind of like the worst case area. Actually, the worst case area is probably like right there. Just see how far I need to make this go, so that it's not a problem. We're going to have to accept some clipping. That's okay. For something as structured as a belt, I usually be pretty careful with my skin weights. Not paint anything because I don't want to get uneven values through it. So this is a lot of grabbing one section of verts, Alt F flooding it, leaving the paint tool, re-entering the paint tool, repeat, 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 repeat. This is where it really pays off to get used to the hotkey of entering skin weights. You have one weird kind of vert in the middle of this belt. This guy. That I just smoothed off. With rigid things around a soft deforming thing, even though it is deforming, it doesn't really look too much like it's deforming, rather than just moving out of the way. If you can hold up the actual silhouette of it as much as possible. So make it retain as much of that rectangular shape as possible. And it'll feel pretty good. And as I've repeated many times, all I'm really paying attention to is holding the silhouette of that belt together. So it doesn't really look like it's deforming, just moving. Yeah, come on. Since it is a stiff belt, we'll actually look at transferring some of that motion. Oops, I was not in skin paints. I think that's looking pretty good. With belts this low, you're not going to avoid clipping, so the idea is really make it feel like the belt is being pushed out of the way before it starts clipping, so that it feels more like it's sinking into the cloth rather than just two hard surfaces colliding. I think I will kind of borderline on whether or not I'd want to push the belt at all. Like through here, it shouldn't really move. Not a lot either, at least. So I think I'll take a look at game animations before I decide on that. We're done with the scarf. I'll keep it around just in case. But I will detach its skin. And if I want to use this again, I'll just transfer skin weights from this back over to this, work on this, and then transfer them back. I detached the skin because Maya has a bad habit of pulling things along where it finds connections. So this detaches it entirely from the skeleton. So when I go and export or anything, I'm more confident that it's not going to get accidentally pulled. And that is skin weighting a full character, half of it from scratch, half of it with skin transfers from a already done character. You can see when you start with skin transfers, everything is way faster. It's really just cleaning up the specifics of how this mesh flows rather than building it all from this get-go. I guess one thing I should show quick before we're done. Just like the shoulder, when I go to test the wrist, I'll usually do 120 degrees on the twist joint and the wrist. It's almost opposite of the twist joint and the shoulder, where instead of countering the motion of the wrist, actually that looks really bad, so I actually need to do some work on that. It's applying a partial twist, maybe like 80 degrees. Yeah, it's really bad. What happened here? Interesting. Alright, so with a twist this messy, I'll go ahead and lock everything. Well, since it's kind of opposite, like with the upper arm and the twist joint, we steal weighting from the upper arm and push it onto the twist joint. That's because the upper arm joint is what's driving that motion and needs to be counter animated. But the twist joint and the wrist is really, it's just its own thing. And it's an intermediate joint between the upper or the lower arm and the hand. So really we get the hand weighted how we want to, which we saw is pretty good earlier. I don't want to touch those weights. So the wrist is really just a balance between the lower arm and the wrist twist itself. And kind of like I did on the foot, if I want to reset on this, I'll push it all into the lower arm. When you flood an entire mesh like this, Maya screws up the vertex display. You really see it clearly in here. There isn't actually any skin weighting on any of these verts. Well, now there's scale. And you can tell that because I can paint it out, reselect the joint, and it comes back. And that lets me know for sure that that's just a mesh display error and not that there's any actual skin weighting there. A little bit of a pain, but it usually sticks out as off away from your actual skinning. I'm going to go ahead. Just make sure all the verts for the lower arm are actually weighted to the lower arm. Okay. And just like we did with the twist from the shoulder, we're really only going to work between the lower arm and the wrist twist while we apply this. There we go. Again, sometimes you just have to leave the tool and come back to it, and Maya's happy again. For the big ring at the base of the wrist, we'll really just add as much twist as we can. Without having it clip into the underarm. Maybe like right here. We'll start blending these values. Just make sure the lower arm is mostly out of the hand area. Oh, 120 degrees on this wrist is actually really extreme. This is another one where let's kind of go back and forth, just using the add tool. I'll actually switch this animation. Something a little more reasonable, -90. which means you're going to be, this is usually 50-60%, negative 45. We're not going to get rid of all this clipping in this. Just tell just from how it's working out so far. And this is where we start to cheat. Become modelers. It's going to start fudging the arm verts. With a little less experience, it's fine to work with the character artist and figure out exactly where those verts are supposed to be. They're hidden by the glove the entire time that this character is in view. It really doesn't matter if we move them, shrink them, whatever we need. The only thing you have to really watch out for is that make sure you didn't really change how this looks, which we did a little bit. Mostly this was getting a little bit too much of an angle down. once we get down to this small amount of clipping. So again, we'll evaluate that against real animation to see if that's a problem or not. One reason why I'm extra comfortable moving these verts around like this is the character I transferred from. I did the same thing, but I did it a lot more carefully, so that it fit with his glove as well. So it's not unexpected. Soft selection by surface is not going to be better, just to make sure we get every little detail in here. It has to be fine. And we're moving this thumb bit a little bit, but it's such a small amount that it's not a big deal. Just seeing if I could avoid it. Do need -90. Like 45. Alright, now we're actually done. Something happened in the normal display of these gloves while I was changing view displays. If we restart Maya, it'll probably go away. I didn't actually change anything on this. But yeah, from here, not quite done because I never looked at this. Okay. Now it looks like it's actually pushing into the crease of the elbow rather than just kind of floating, clipping into it. So I'm okay with that. Select the hierarchy of the character, delete all the keys. Right, the one thing that I do have to do yet, which I will do off camera, is just clean up the right side of this character, since it's not quite a symmetrical character. Just want to make sure the skin transfer did a good job. I'm mostly just going to be running it through the range of motion, same as I did on the left side. And then just going through, looking at the arm, the clavicle, and stepping through and seeing how it looks. And now that is everything that is skin weighting a character. And a couple little tricks along the way. I hope it was all helpful.